pioneer.
Dust from the Saharan desert, over 6,000 kilometers away, travels across the Atlantic to our little island, filling the air we breathe with tiny dust particles that can trigger an inflammatory response when inhaled into the lungs.
Saharan dust travels far and triggers inflammation. Omega XL helps reduce it at the source. Support your body from within.
Your heart does so much for your body, your life, your loved ones. But modern stress, diet, and lifestyle can tip the balance, especially with every passing day. Heart XL delivers high-potency omega-7 palmitoleic acid from sustainable pollock oil to elevate HDL and support a healthy metabolism.
Inflammation and low HDL put your heart at risk. Heart XL's omega-7 helps reduce C-reactive protein and support healthy HDL, keeping your heart strong.
Heart XL, nourish your heart, sustain your life.
When you say TNT's construction boss, then there's only one company, Lacroix Construction Services Limited, specializing in general construction, industrial maintenance, manpower resources, transportation and lifting, and equipment rental, excavators, bulldozers, dump trucks, lighting systems, and everything for your project. We have affordable prices. Call now 267-0000 or 431-0012. Lacroix Construction Services Limited, TNT's construction boss.
Where does disease start? It often begins silently. No pain, no symptoms, just inflammation quietly damaging your body. Our choices: food, stress, pollution, all feed inflammation. Chronic inflammation is the root cause of many modern diseases.
You can't go back in time, but you can start addressing inflammation before it becomes disease.
Omega XL is a natural inflammation fighter clinically researched with over 30 fatty acids and no fishy aftertaste. Available Caribbean-wide at pharmacies and health food stores. Call 1-868-225-0410 for more information.
For all top quality and affordable hardware supplies, no one beats Midland Hardware, located number 97 Eastern Main Road, Arouca. Midland stocks the #1 brands in hand tools, garden tools, water tanks, power washers, generators, water pumps, kitchen and bathroom faucets, along with face basins and toilet sets, blocks, lumber, steel, sand, gravel and topsoil. Also check out Midland for steel windows and assorted designs of metal curtain rods. Everything for home and business projects. Payments via links, credit cards, online payments, or cash on delivery. WhatsApp 327-7761 or call 646-2144. Open every day from 8 a.m. From foundation to finish, it's all at Midland.
Is high blood sugar the root cause of diabetes? Most people think high blood sugar is the problem. The truth, it's inflammation. Insulin resistance is the root cause of diabetes. Reducing that inflammation is key. Omega XL is a natural option. Not fish oil, but a patented green-lipped muscle extractor with over 30 fatty acids, including EPA and DHA. Clinically studied, backed by over 30 years of research. Stay tuned.
Omega XL. Power your health.
Husqvarna, a global leader in outdoor power equipment, known for its high performance, durable and innovative products, tested and proven by generations of professionals. Full after sales and service support whenever you need it. Contact Provar Distributors Limited, 223-9438 to find a dealer near you.
If you live with diabetes, your pancreas works overtime every single day. Between our rich foods and busy lives, chronic inflammation can sneak in, stressing the pancreas and raising the risk of complications. Over time, inflammation can damage these cells, making blood sugar harder to control.
Protecting your pancreas from inflammation is a smart way to support healthy blood sugar management.
Backed by science, Omega XL is a natural anti-inflammatory with over 30 free fatty acids, proven to help reduce inflammation at its source. Learn more online or ask your local pharmacist.
Trinidad and Tobago confronts conflicts, that seriously threaten our stability and peace. The notion that the Caribbean is a zone of peace has become a false ideal. The reality is, stark, no such peace exists today. For too many in our region, peace is not daily life, but an elusive promise, glimpsed and never grasped. In its absence, our citizens pay a terrible toll. In 2024, for example, Trinidad and Tobago, a tiny nation in the Caribbean of 1.4 million persons, we recorded 623 murders in 1 year, last year. 41%, 100,000. That's about 40%, and many of them are gang-related. So the reality is, being a zone of peace is still an elusive dream that we're pursuing. In the last 25 years, we have had over 10,000 murders, which is equivalent to losing 1% of our adult population. Across Latin America and the Caribbean, homicides range from 20 to more than 60 per 100,000. President Trump's comments on the effects on countries of relentless narco and human trafficking, about organized crime, illegal immigration, are correct. Countries are not only defined by geographical borders, but also by cultural identities, religious beliefs, ethnic compositions, and, of course, legal structures. That is why, through legal immigration, persons are allowed entry because they fulfill the criteria to integrate into the existing population and to add value to their own lives as well as their adopted society at large. However, illegal immigration neglects all checks and balances and will only create long-term disorder, as most illegal immigrants will not be able to assimilate into their adopted societies.
And thank you, Master Control. And we are back. That was the Honorable Prime Minister, part of her address at the United Nations. Joining us is a gentleman who made that trip as well. Let me say a pleasant good evening to the Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, Senator the Honorable Dominic Smith. Good evening, sir, and welcome.
Good evening, my brother. Thank you to you and for the invitation, and of course to your viewing public. It's a pleasure to be on call with you, man.
Thank you so much for taking time out to give us the information. Now, it was quite a trip. It seemed that it was quite a hectic schedule. Give us an idea, being there, being a part of it, and what it meant not just for you, but by extension, the good people here of Trinidad and Tobago.
I think it certainly was a historic time for us as Trinbagonians. I think what is important to understand is that when we have our leaders, our politicians, represent us on the global stage, it's super important for us to represent the people in everything that we do and say, and all of the scheduled meetings and as well the bilateral talks that happen at the UN. And it's really just once a year that this event happens, inviting such a diverse group of stakeholders from private sector as well as, of course, diplomats, ministers, prime ministers, presidents. So in no short terms, it is a great display of world diplomacy, and for us to be represented there with such a dynamic and powerful team led by the Honorable Kamal Prasad, it's something that all people should feel very, very proud about. And one thing that the public may not be aware of is that leading up to this event, which is sort of the grand crescendo, so to speak, there are several, high-level conversations happening, obviously, which will be guided through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and, of course, our Minister, Sean Silvers. But separate and apart from that, you go up there with the intention of meeting with persons who you feel have mutual alliances, who have mutual benefits to the people and to the country. And you certainly go there with the intention of having dialogue that will progress the goals of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and also, demonstrate diplomacy at the highest level. So I think, in general, the meetings that were had were very successful. I think the team that we had there was very strong, and I think coming out of all of those meetings during the week and also post the UNG with the Prime Minister and her team in Washington, the public can rest assured that the outcomes of those high-level meetings will redound to the benefit of the citizens, and I'm sure the Prime Minister will speak more on those goodies as the coming days roll out.
Yeah. We've had public administration ministers before in the past and what have you, but none seem as exciting as yourself, especially with that, Minister of Artificial Intelligence, and that says a lot. I mean, Trinidad and Tobago, as small as we are, but yet still the vision that we share with the Honorable Prime Minister is one of the few countries that has a minister specifically for artificial intelligence. And based on what you've seen so far in this short space of time, how important is it moving forward to have it mesh with public administration that has to lay policy for all the public, of course, implement policies for all those government policies that need to be implemented?
Yeah, I would say I agree with you 100%. To have the vision is one thing, but then to have the intention as well, and to follow through and execute with a ministry like this, it's really once in a lifetime you have that sort of visionary leadership. And I think the Prime Minister led in the front and anticipated that artificial intelligence will become one of the most transformative technologies that the world will see in the next decade. And, quite frankly, with that great vision, herself and colleagues set about to create a ministry that can really provide that transformational change. When you think about the public service and the public administration, you're speaking about a couple layers. You're speaking about the human resource component, which is more administrative. You're speaking about, issues related to real estate, but you're also speaking to a very important component, which links directly to the AI element, which is the human capacity aspect of the public service. We have a unit called the Public Service Academy, and it's hoped that we can really utilize the intelligence and the human power of our public servants. And how do we do that? We have to upskill, we have to retrain, we have to prepare public servants for the world of work in the future. And that happens through the Ministry of Public Administration. And you combine that now with a ministry that is public facing, so a lot of these services that the government provides, it comes directly from MPA, traditionally the Ministry of Public Administration. So you're speaking about things, you go to a line, you want to renew your passport, you want to, have an ID card, you want to, be paid essentially on a monthly basis. All of this happens through, in parts or in full, through the public administration ministry. And so aligning that now with artificial intelligence, it's a very powerful evolution of the digital transformation agenda. So AI is now globally seen as the most promising technology. And what it does essentially is that it creates an efficiency which few technologies have been able to accomplish. So you're speaking about government efficiency and delivery of services, but the other piece which people mightn't be aware of is that you're also reducing costs. Because when you utilize the technology, it further enables you to then remove any wastage, any fat that the ministry might have. And if you extend that outwardly now, you're speaking about digitizing government, you're speaking about using AI in diversifying the economy, and you're speaking about creating a fully digital society, meaning everyone who has the ability to participate online, AI and artificial intelligence will empower them to do so, which is why one of the first things that we set out to create, in the new transformation's infancy was an artificial intelligence assistant powered by Anansi, which gives all of public service available information really at one point. And you can find anything that you want as a citizen about the government and the services and products that the government provides. So really transformational. I think in the next 5 years, the country as a whole will see how much this technology will improve our lives and really transform Trinidad and Tobago into being really a lighthouse for technology, not only here, but across the Caribbean.
Yeah, when you talk about efficiency, I mean, it's quite understandable that we would want to operate a lot more efficient. We want to get things done. But what say you when having to deal with some individuals who believe that, listen, I'm not up to this change. I felt that a lot of changes have taken place. I can't simply embrace this new technology, and there's a fair factor that they, for whatever reason, may be out of the equation, totally omitted from it. What do you say to those folks?
Well, I say to them that, change often, positive change often disguises itself, and I would say to them, be open to the changes coming, because certainly the technology is only going to progress. It's only going to move forward. So the best way we can prepare for the future is by planning for it. And I think that is one of the areas that, we want to highlight and promote. Help our citizens not be afraid of change, but to embrace it. And we will be right there every step of the way to empower them and to give them the opportunity to utilize the technology. I would say also that, look at the past as a reflection of what is potentially the future. When we thought about the Industrial Revolution, many people again had a level of anxiety. But what the Industrial Revolution did was that it created other economies. And those economies led to increases in productivity and by extension, job creation. So there are a lot of people who are skeptical. There are a lot of people who are, as you said, have a level of anxiety. But it really is a matter of our responsibility as a government to guide and help our population navigate these uncertain times, and not only navigate it, but to be partakers of what we consider a very opportunistic future. And that would be my message to people. Embrace and utilize the products and services and the opportunities that will come through artificial intelligence, and empower themselves and their families.
Yeah, basically nothing to be afraid of. I mean, just sign on and embrace it. I mean, this is where it's going to be. And when we talk about that, we must mention, of course, that factor where there are those who will definitely want to abuse this technology, and we've seen that in the past with every step we've made as far as making advancements in technology to deal with the public. Are there measures in place as far as to protect consumers, protect citizens? As we know, information is vital. We have so many people out there who, when it comes to identity theft, when it comes to claiming things that don't belong to them, are we putting that infrastructure in place to protect our citizens as well as we go about implementing these new policies?
Yeah, I think definitely we have taken the stand that we will be proactive in our approach. That can be demonstrated quite clearly by some of the cabinet approved items recently in the last, I would say, month prior to us going to the UNGA, the Ministry of Public Admin and AI. We established a Caribbean AI task force, and that was through the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, a body that I sit as the president of it. And just this week in Jamaica, we had our annual general meeting. And, the Caribbean is really looking to Trinidad as being the country that leads the way, both in terms of policy prescription and recommendations, and also how do we protect our citizens, the vulnerable from the possible risks associated with AI, because there are risks. But I could tell you, as an example, the government has put together an interministerial committee with several stakeholders, including the TTPS, including TTC CERT, including Office of the Prime Minister, and of course, we've been looking at what are the potential risk factors involved. One of the major items that have come up would be a result of fraudulent activity, the misuse of images and videos, the manipulation of these videos using AI and technology. And what we've done is that we're on the cusp of one, having that ministerial committee do the analysis and provide recommendations. But not only that, we are also being proactive in the way in which we bring citizen-based awareness to these problems. Because it's one thing to have the technology, it's the next thing to recognize that there are risks involved, but then how do we protect the public through knowledge? So I think that has been the stance of the government. And my ministry in particular, we've worked with the Ministry of Finance as well to provide content and to provide that layer of protection, at least inform citizens, what they should be aware of, when and where, and what they can rely on the government to do for them and on their behalf.
Yeah. Again, on your visit to New York recently, you may have, I'm sure you've connected with a lot of people, different countries and what have you. What was your big takeaway from all of this as far as, being a part of something that you can envision that will definitely benefit us here in Trinidad and Tobago?
I can tell you that the entire world, and there's no hyperbole there, the entire world is engaged in conversations surrounding AI and what potential it has for their countries, good and bad. And in the UN in particular, I had the opportunity to sit in on the United Nations Security Council, and at that council, many countries are invited to give statements. And all of the conversations had elements of artificial intelligence and risks, and how their countries are adapting to the changing technology. So I think for one standpoint is that we are certainly pioneering AI in the Caribbean, and the CARICOM nations looking to Trinidad and Tobago to lead the way. I think that became very evident. And then secondly, we have a very unique opportunity to become first movers in a space that has a lot of potential, and that is both in transforming the society in terms of technology, but also diversifying the economy. Because when the globe meets, and those nations meet, they're speaking about digital public infrastructure, which is something that through my ministry we are investing in heavily. They're speaking about data centers. They're speaking about cloud-based resources. They're speaking about how do we navigate, the use of sovereign data. So all of these concepts are concepts that the ministry is actively engaged in. While in New York, I can tell you as well that we had several high-level meetings with tech-based companies that are at the front of the race in terms of artificial intelligence and its use. And so Trinidad can rest assured that we are being certainly proactive, and we are making the bold decisions, taking the risk to put us at the head of the curve.
Yeah, I think you made it clear some time ago that the entire digital public infrastructure is one that has to be safe, inclusive, and of course protective of the citizens.
Yes, definitely. And these concepts might sound foreign, but we're really trying to do three things. We're trying to, as much as possible, digitize government, and there will be digital public infrastructure requirements there. We're trying to digitize the society, and that means including everyone in the transformation picture, from the person who is in Port of Spain to the person who is in Togo, all across in Tobago. And so inclusivity is very important in that concept, right? And then we're trying to as well digitize the economy, right? So we're looking at ways in which ICT can be an enabler of existing industries, manufacturing industry, might be in agriculture. How can technology boost and promote healthcare? How can we improve our ports? How can we improve our transportation and logistics? And AI will play a role in all of these things as the country moves forward, led by our leader, Kamala Prasad-Bissessar. The Ministry of Public Admin and AI, we're working in tandem with a lot of other ministries, and there will be a shared service type of approach where, technology will be consolidated, and then we'll partner with other ministries to really improve their service delivery as well.
All right, sounds great. Any closing comment? Go right ahead.
In closing, I wanna thank the leader, the Prime Minister, for her trust in her ministers. She has put together a very dynamic and knowledgeable team, a mix of of old and young, a mix of wisdom and experience, but youth and vibrancy. And I think that is a very good combination to promote and push Trinidad in the way that it needs to be pushed and promoted. And I would say to the public, be as open as you can to the policies. You know, we have the budget that is upon us. And the things that we are doing it from a citizen first standpoint. And if I were a citizen, I would be very hopeful and optimistic of the next few years. And as a private individual, I myself am excited about the technology that will come to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago and the transformation that they would see both in the short term and the long term. So I want to wish all of your viewers, a very good evening, and the rest of the weekend, please enjoy it. And I want to thank you, my brother, for the opportunity to speak.
Always. Thank you so much, Minister. Keep up the good work, and we'll be checking in with you periodically. Thank you so much.
Yes, my brother. Have a good evening.
And that was the Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, Senator the Honorable Dominic Smith. I think diving deeper into this, he was recently on as part of the trip to the UN, to the US, and he made some great connections. And I think what's important here is that this entire digital public infrastructure, as he said, is meant to be safe and inclusive. And I think many people are, a bit reluctant because they want to know just how safe. I mean, you're seeing it play out sometimes in videos that are sent to you, and you question yourself, is this real or is this AI? That's what it's become now. Is this real? Is this AI? I mean, it's something that one really and truly has to be careful with, because when someone it's not just a sense of taking your personal information anymore, but taking your image and using it as they see best, and sometimes it's not done in a positive manner. So it is something that we have to look at, but as the minister said, there will be protective measures put in place to deal with the digital public infrastructure. But at the end of it all, it's all about online efficiency, cost savings in public administration, and the creation of a truly digital nation. So that's very important. And don't forget, as we have Probiotic XL combines 3 innovative strategies to restore balance to your digestive system. Probiotic XL contains 11 important probiotic strains, protective shield technology, and clearphage that altogether make it one of the best probiotics on the market. So please pick up your bottle of Probiotic XL today, as it promotes digestive health and immunity by supporting growth of good bacteria and neutralizing harmful ones. We'll be right back.
Your heart does so much for your body, your life, your loved ones. But modern stress, diet, and lifestyle can tip the balance, especially with every passing day. Heart XL delivers high-potency omega-7 palmitoleic acid from sustainable pollock oil to elevate HDL and support a healthy metabolism.
Inflammation and low HDL put your heart at risk. Heart XL's omega-7 helps reduce C-reactive protein and support healthy HDL, keeping your heart strong.
Heart XL, nourish your heart, sustain your life.
When you say TNT's construction boss, then there's only one company, Lacroix Construction Services Limited, specializing in general construction, industrial maintenance, manpower resources, transportation and lifting, and equipment rental, excavators, bulldozers, dump trucks, lighting systems, and everything for your project. We have affordable prices. Call now, 267-0000 or 431-0012. Lacroix Construction Services Limited, TNT's construction boss.
Where does disease start? It often begins silently. No pain, no symptoms, just inflammation quietly damaging your body. Our choices: food, stress, pollution, all feed inflammation. Chronic inflammation is the root cause of many modern diseases.
You can't go back in time, but you can start addressing inflammation before it becomes disease.
Omega XL is a natural inflammation fighter, clinically researched, with over 30 fatty acids and no fishy aftertaste. Available Caribbean-wide at pharmacies and health food stores. Call 1-868-225-0410 for more information.
For all top quality and affordable hardware supplies, no one beats Midland Hardware, located number 97 Eastern Main Road, Arouca. Midland stocks the #1 brands in hand tools, garden tools, water tanks, power washers, generators, water pumps, kitchen and bathroom faucets, along with face basins and toilet sets, blocks, lumber, steel, sand, gravel and topsoil. Also check out Midland for steel windows and assorted designs of metal curtain rods. Everything for home and business projects. Payments via links, credit cards, online payments, or cash on delivery. WhatsApp 327-7761 or call 646-2144. Open every day from 8 a.m. From foundation to finish, it's all at Midland.
Is high blood sugar the root cause of diabetes? Most people think high blood sugar is the problem. The truth, it's inflammation. Insulin resistance is the root cause of diabetes. Reducing that inflammation is key. Omega XL is a natural option. Not fish oil, but a patented green-lipped muscle extractor with over 30 fatty acids, including EPA and DHA. Clinically studied, backed by over 30 years of research. Stay tuned.
Omega XL. Power your health.
Husqvarna, a global leader in outdoor power equipment, known for its high performance, durable and innovative products, tested and proven by generations of professionals. Full after-sales and service support whenever you need it. Contact Provar Distributors Limited, 223-9438 to find a dealer near you.
If you live with diabetes, your pancreas works overtime every single day. Between our rich foods and busy lives, chronic inflammation can sneak in, stressing the pancreas and raising the risk of complications. Over time, inflammation can damage these cells, making blood sugar harder to control.
Protecting your pancreas from inflammation is a smart way to support healthy blood sugar management.
Backed by science, Omega XL is a natural anti-inflammatory with over 30 free fatty acids, proven to help reduce inflammation at its source. Learn more online or ask your local pharmacist.
Trinidad and Tobago confronts conflicts that seriously threaten our stability and peace. The notion that the Caribbean is a zone of peace has become a...
Oh gosh, this place hot. And the AC in this car not working.
Check Ryanair. Ryanair is ranked among the best in TNT for auto air conditioning service. They specialize in repairing and servicing all makes and models of vehicles and heavy equipment. They also stock a wide range of parts. Give them a call at 640-5828 or visit them at number 41 Cane Farm Road, Tacarigua, or email ryanairac@gmail.com. For prompt and efficient service, look no further than Ryanair.
Dust from the Saharan Desert, over 6,000 kilometers away, travels across the Atlantic to our little island, filling the air we breathe with tiny dust particles that can trigger an inflammatory response when inhaled into the lungs.
Saharan dust travels far and triggers inflammation. Omega XL helps reduce it at the source. Support your body from within.
When you say TNT's construction boss, then there's only one company, Lacroix Construction Services Limited, specializing in general construction, industrial maintenance, manpower resources, transportation and lifting, and equipment rental, excavators, bulldozers, dump trucks, lighting systems, and everything for your project. We have affordable prices. Call now 267-0000 or 431-0012. Lacroix Construction Services Limited, TNT's construction boss.
Where does disease start? It often begins silently. No pain, no symptoms, just inflammation quietly damaging your body. Our choices: food, stress, pollution, all feed inflammation. Chronic inflammation is the root cause of many modern diseases.
You can't go back in time, but you can start addressing inflammation before it becomes disease.
Omega XL is a natural inflammation fighter clinically researched with over 30 fatty acids and no fishy aftertaste. Available Caribbean-wide at pharmacies and health food stores. Call 1-868-225-0410 for more information.
And we're back. Thank you, Master Control. Thank you so much. And we are joined by a special lady who is no stranger to the Observer. Let me say a pleasant Sunday evening to political scientist Dr. Indira Rampasad. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, good evening, Mickie.
Yeah, always good to hear your voice. Thank you so much for taking time out this evening to join me here on the program. First thing first, waking up this morning, Prime Minister reassigns ministerial duties, sweeping reassignment of ministerial responsibilities, and that of course took place with the President, Christine Carla Kangaloo, on the advice of the Prime Minister, with major changes affecting the portfolios for Homeland Security and public utilities. 6 months, you think there was some assessments made there after the first 2 quarters?
Well, I think that they tried it out. I think the Attorney General and Minister Padarat's been very busy, public utilities. So that may account for the change because of the overload on these 2 ministers. She sought to redistribute a bit so that it can even it out. So I think that was the rationale behind it. And yes, there would have been some assessments to determine this. Maybe the ministers themselves explained that, you know, it was too heavy.
Yeah. I mean, coming back, I guess you had time to think it over, look over things, you know, evaluate what was going on, and said, listen, I want the core concentration of certain things in the ministries to be looked at. And she herself has taken up some responsibilities.
Yes, more for herself. So I hope that she would be able to manage them because she herself already has a very, very heavy load, as prime ministers often do, because they buck stuff to them, and you know, ultimately a lot of issues from the various ministries sometimes go for discussion and support or approval from the prime minister.
Yeah, which really is true. I mean, when you look at it, it's quite a lot of work, you know. But we wait and see, and I guess these things will happen, as she's made it quite clear that whatever changes need to take place, it will take place to benefit, of course, the delivery of service to the citizenry. In the backdrop of all of this, I know you weighed in on the fact that Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela, the relations can be repaired. Do you believe that it hasn't gone to the point where there's no return? There's basically that there's still room for, let's say, if there's any reconciliation or anything that needs to take place?
Well, just to retract a bit, the Prime Minister had never attacked Venezuela. She had attacked the war, the narco traffickers and the war on drugs. And that was the alignment with the U.S. That fight was a reason for the alignment, the strong alignment with the U.S. And because most of us analysts always say that you have to get international and regional stakeholders in this fight. And, you know, even the crime report we did in 2013, we made that recommendation. The United States is a major international stakeholder, major player. And they are the recipient of a lot of these drugs which are transshipped from the Caribbean. So I think it was natural to turn to the superpower for assistance in this fight, and she is not backing down from that. She's not retracting on that. What she's now made it clear, which I think were a matter of concern for regional analysts and some leaders, is the idea of regime change in Venezuela and whether Trinidad was going to be a party to that with the U.S. I do not know if that is the U.S. agenda, but certainly Prasad Biswas has made it clear that regime change is not her agenda. It's all about the criminals and narco trafficking.
Yeah, she has made that perfectly clear. You know, she's not dealing with anything as far as what's involved in a sovereign state, but she is, of course, concerned, and she's happy for the assistance to deal with narco traffickers. And I think somewhere between there, that entire message was lost. And would you say that perhaps there were a few mischief makers that wanted to take that narrative to the point that she was just fully backing whatever was being done by the US rather than looking and listening to exactly what she was saying and what she was supporting.
Well, you know, the more sensational the news, the better it sells. So, as a journalist yourself, you would understand that. And yes, I think the message was being lost that it is about the criminals, it is about the narco traffickers, and it is not about moving the president of Venezuela. I don't think Trinidad can do that anyway. And she never said she was going to be complicit with that. However, she did say she would support Guyana if Venezuela should display aggression against Guyana with respect to the Essequibo. And this is in keeping with CARICOM. The whole of CARICOM has taken that position. CARICOM has made some statements to that effect. With regard to whether it's repairable, well, I don't think the relationship was damaged. I think it was misconstrued. The narrative was misconstrued. The way that information was being spread and distorted, I think that pinpointed to some rift between Trinidad and Venezuela. The Venezuelan minister made some statements which were not flattering, but Prasad Bisesa, our prime minister, had never attacked Venezuela. She had attacked the war on narco trafficking, and Venezuela itself is a transshipment point for some of that drugs coming further from South America. So I think, they say all is not lost in love and war. And we have had a history of diplomatic relations, peaceful relations with Venezuela, which is probably our closest neighbor. We can literally see the shores of Venezuela from Cedros, southwest Trinidad. So her ministers have indicated, Minister Munal at any rate, that he is prepared to go wherever there is need. In the interest of Trinidad and Tobago, he's prepared to go Caracas. He mentioned Houston, he mentioned Caracas. And Prasad Bisesa said, the ministers will go first and she will go after if necessary. So there are overtures, certainly there are overtures. It's never too late, there's always room for dialogue, discourse, and diplomacy. And I think they can work this out in the interest of both states. I believe that whatever the Dragon Gas deal brings, it's going to bear fruit. It's going to be fruitful for both Venezuela and Trinidad and Tobago. I don't see why any state would want to sign an agreement that is not beneficial to them. So it is expected that it should be mutually beneficial to both Venezuela and Trinidad and Tobago. But what I would call for, which I was calling for before under the previous regime, is that I think there needs to be some level of transparency on what exactly is in that agreement, because we never knew, and there may be need to revise what is in there that was signed by the previous PNM administration.
Well, I agree with you 100%. I'm sure people who are locked on listening, they agree. I mean, this was something that was definitely done in the dark. We didn't know the details of it. We didn't know the logistics. And maybe a lot that's playing out here as far as the narrative being a bit skewed could be folks who may not want the real, or should I say, the truth to come out on this entire deal that was signed. So I guess that's something we have to look at. And I think the Prime Minister is playing it pretty well, very calm and saying, listen, the ministers go first and she goes after. And that says quite a lot. And she made it quite clear that they will work out the details and they will share it with the general public. So I guess this is something that we would be open to, and there will be transparency. And how important is that? I mean, is transparency beneficial not just for us, but perhaps for the U.S. as well?
Well, it's critical, and we have to keep in mind that I think she persuaded the U.S. to reinstate the OFAC license, and which would facilitate this Dragon deal, because without that, we couldn't go forward. There was a sort of embargo on Venezuela and trading with Venezuela. So it seems that the U.S. is facilitating the whole process between Trinidad and Tobago, and Venezuela. Ultimately, the U.S. itself might benefit. But certainly all three parties and the rest of Latin America and the Caribbean would also benefit from the war on crime, on criminals, and narco trafficking. I mean, that scourge that is plaguing Latin America and the Caribbean and the United States and even Europe, because the drugs are going there, the demand side. The supply side is South America, the transshipment point are us and the Caribbean. So I think there is a lot of room for maneuvering. There is more than wiggle room here. There is, you know, many nations have broken diplomatic ties and then reinstated. A lot of the Caribbean countries have broken diplomatic ties with Cuba when it had initially gone to communism, and then they re-engaged Cuba. So we didn't even break diplomatic ties with Venezuela. So therefore, there is a lot of room for dialogue and discussion here, and I think she's on the right path in reaching out to Venezuela and in trying to reinstate a drug and gas deal. Well, the agreement is there, but we have to make sure that is beneficial to the population. So we would like to know, and the government's been pretty transparent so far, so I expect they would let the population know what exactly is in that agreement.
Yeah, but you know, based on your expertise, I mean, this is your field as far as geopolitics and what have you. I mean, just how tricky is this? Because I mean, every player here would have terms and conditions. I mean, Trinidad and Tobago would have our terms and conditions, the U.S., and then of course you have Venezuela who would say, listen, we don't mind, but we want to be, you know, we want to make sure that you're not going to have anything set up that's going to make it easy to have the U.S. on your soil, to have easy access to us. And a lot of things are going to play out as far as the request by all parties involved. How tricky is this?
Well, it would have been easier to tell you this if I knew the contents of the original agreement that was signed, what were the stipulated clauses therein between Venezuela and Trinidad and Tobago under the former regime. Remember, that was a signed agreement, and successive administrations tend to inherit the contractual arrangements of previous administrations. So this is where the negotiation and diplomacy comes in. Have a negotiation, so she has to get her best negotiators forward. You know, I know this because I'm a union leader and I know how heavy we have to negotiate to get what we want. So she will have to get a team of really seasoned and qualified negotiators to go forward. They would have to look at that agreement. I'm sure they've looked at it already. They would have to determine which clause is not to the benefit and the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, our nation. They would have to see if there is a need to revise any stipulated clauses therein, whether they want to keep it as it is, whether they want a completely new agreement, or whether they can rework the existing one. So it's you know, negotiations is always you always have to be very careful and very subtle, very diplomatic, and very you know, you have to put your best foot forward and your best negotiators forward. But it's not impossible. We have signed so many agreements over history. You know, all the decades we have been signing international and regional agreements. So Mickie, this is not impossible. We have signed energy agreements before, and this administration, some of the players were in government before. Minister Munilal, for example, I think he's on the show today.
Yes, he's later on, yeah.
Yeah, Minister Munilal he's a seasoned minister of government. You know, they are qualified. They're qualified to deal with it. She has a brilliant battery of lawyers behind her, of attorneys at law. And so I think this government is up to the task of dealing with Venezuela. It's not impossible. Not impossible at all. And we have worked through more difficult situations.
And what do you say to folks who would make the statement that, listen, but the PNM had things going with that same deal. What makes this one different?
Well, what they will say that, but do we know what was in the deal? We don't know. And that deal had come under attack, and I think largely because people did not know what was in it. We keep hearing about a dragon gas deal, and we didn't know what was in it. So this is why I keep saying the transparency is critical. And, you know, there are other things from the PNM that the government has inherited. And they have to continue. For example, we got negotiations which was settled under the previous administration. And this government settled it. So they couldn't change anything. It was a contractual arrangement. But there is more room for these international agreements with a change of government. And you know, what you have to tell people is the needs of the population come first and foremost. Crime, the campaign on crime, people were leaving in droves, people were dying, you know, by the thousands. They had to deal with it. They have to deal with it. If it entails getting rid of the narco traffickers, we will have to do that. If it entails establishing relations with other states, inviting other states to assist us to fight this war on narco trafficking and crime, we will have to do that. If our economy, and this is another issue, the campaign on the economy, it was crime and the economy primarily. If our economy is in a mess, because we're not producing oil and gas as we used to, we're not refining any as we used to, and we have to strike agreements with other states which can benefit the people of Trinidad and Tobago, then we have to do that. So it's all in the interest of our country, and I think this is uppermost and foremost in the mind of the Prime Minister and her government, that is what they have to do. They have to do what they have to do for the survivability of the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Agreed. On her return last Wednesday, she did say to reporters that the budget will be soon. She expects that to be soon. She said that they were working on the budget whilst in Washington. Says the Minister of Finance, Minister of Planning, all of the members that went with her, because they all have ministries. Time, you know, the issue here, of course, is not a matter of time. It has to come. The budget has to be delivered. But do you think that it's things that seem to be changing ever so often that has to be added, and why it might be taking so long?
I think it's because they are engaging a lot of stakeholders in how to meet the demands of the economy. Because we have problems, we have serious financial problems. And they've been saying it, you know, the state of the Treasury, as they found it, they have to go far and wide to seek assistance, grants and loans. We saw Kuwait on board, we see Dubai on board, we see India on board, and they will continue to reach our regional and international counterparts to, you know, and even the international and regional financial institutions, the IADB and World Bank, IMF, if they have to. So I think that they have been engaging these stakeholders, and that is no secret. You know, when she went to the U.S., to the UN Heads of Government Summit there, she did meet the leaders of Kuwait and Dubai and sign agreements. She did invite Prime Minister Modi here and had some agreements. So I think it's reaching out, trying to see. You see, budget is a statement of income and expenditure.
Yeah.
And we will have to include the income, or whether it's a kind or cash, from these stakeholders that have been coming forward. And they have been doing remarkably well. She's been doing remarkably well in reaching out to these leaders who have been coming forward to assist us. All of that would have to be included in the budget, in addition to some other overtures they may be making, including overtures with energy. So the budget has to come, and it has to come soon. But I also think that the priority will be, you know, I always say all politics is domestic. Ultimately, it's your constituency, your nationals that you have to appease first and foremost. That they're going to settle they're going to deal with the outstanding trade union negotiation settlement, particularly for the OWTU and the PSA.
Yeah, that's very important. I need to get to this now. There are some countries, CARICOM countries, who have thrown open their borders for free movement of each other's citizens. Now, you weighed in on this, and you said that the initiative was legitimate under the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas and should be seen in the spirit of regional integration. But you caution that unfettered movement carried risk for this country.
Yes, and I realize that some people didn't understand because I've been looking at some posts.
Yeah, that's why I asked.
Yes,
Yeah.
of what exactly is going on. So, yes, so we already have something in place for skilled nationals to move across the region. We have Articles 45 and 46. One deals with skilled nationals, and one deals with you're just moving for a holiday or vacation, you're just moving across. So the one with skilled nationals cover a range of occupations, of professions, university graduates, university lecturers, artists, journalists, a whole host of them are listed there in the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. The other, where you can just move, you can just move to visit friends, family as a tourist, to stay. That one I think might be more problematic and more of a challenge, because if you allow unfettered movement into a country for that, especially a country that is doing better than its counterparts in the region, you're going to find the less developed countries coming to the more developed countries, and the more developed countries having the burden of resources. We're talking about water, electricity, housing, schools for the children. And this is why the whole integration project, the regional integration project, which was envisioned since the Federation and through CARIFTA and CARICOM and now the CSME, has been somewhat stalled, not going full hog because of these uneven levels of development of the countries in the region, and because the wealthier countries, the more developed, I should put it that way, the MDCs, tend to suffer disadvantage in having to deal with an influx from the LDCs, the less developed countries. But Trinidad and Tobago also have the added problem of the Venezuelan migrants. And I think we have hundreds of thousands in this country. I mean, the official statistics vary, and we don't know. We don't get official statistics on this migration because much of it is illegal. So it's very difficult to get that statistics. But we know every turn we make is hablando español. We see these Venezuelan nationals around the country. Now they are contributing in terms of labor to the economy, but at the same time they have internal challenges. Getting adequate housing, getting their children into schools, and all that. So, mass migration, unfettered movement, while it bodes well for regional integration, it is a positive thing generally. Europe has done it quite successfully through the European Union, and they have gone the added length of having a single European currency in the euro. But mind you, even the United Kingdom did not join on to that euro, neither did Scotland. They still have the UK. And so in the Caribbean, we have the Eastern Caribbean dollar, but the rest of the countries, we have not managed to have a common regional currency. Because of that very, very fact of the uneven nature of the levels of development in the region of different countries. So Mickie K, it's more easily said than done. And what's been happening, they've been talking about this unfettered movement. Because right now, any national can come for 6 months. Okay, 6 months hassle-free travel. But they want to remove that 6 months to indefinite. And I see some countries objecting, may have an objection, because it's only 4 countries in that recent cooperation initiative there. I think it is Barbados and Suriname.
Dominica, Belize, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Right. So, yes, but the rest haven't jumped on the bandwagon because they are assessing the situation and the pros and cons for themselves.
Yeah, so you're saying it's all good in spirit, but there need to be some factors that we need to look at very seriously. And I agree with you. Any closing comments? Because I want us to have a long interview after the budget is read, so we're just pacing ourselves. Any closing comments? Go right ahead, please.
So what I would say as a closing comment is that I did say all politics is domestic. Leaders have to be pragmatic. Sometimes they have to take decisions that are unpopular. Sometimes they have to make an about turn sometimes they have to prioritize and reprioritize. Sometimes they have to revisit and revise. It's not linear. It's not always linear. It's not always a straight line. Okay, it's it's twists and turns. Ultimately, if you're a leader that's trying to meet the needs of your people, you are going to have to do this. It's shenanigans. You're going to have to make these shenanigans. Sometimes you get criticized for it. Sometimes you get praised for it. But your back has to be broad to be able to take all of it.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome.
Yeah. The first political scientist, Dr. Indira Ramprasad, weighing in on many of the issues. Of course, she spoke about, this morning, the reassignment of some of the portfolios for the ministers, saying that, the evaluation and looking to see perhaps the workload, lessen the workload for some of the ministers, making it easy, a lot more efficient, and the Prime Minister herself taking up some of the responsibilities. Although I'm sure her plate is full, she has a lot to deal with, but she believes that this is the priority. And of course, weighing in on the whole integration throughout the region and other issues, as well as the Dragon gas deal. Short break. When we come back, we're going to get in touch with Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs, the Honorable Dr. Rudal Munila. We'll be right back.
Your heart does so much for your body, your life, your loved ones. But modern stress, diet, and lifestyle can tip the balance, especially with every passing day. Heart XL delivers high-potency omega-7 palmitoleic acid from sustainable pollock oil to elevate HDL and support a healthy metabolism.
Inflammation and low HDL put your heart at risk. Heart XL's omega-7 helps reduce C-reactive protein and support healthy HDL, keeping your heart strong.
Heart XL, nourish your heart, sustain your life.
When you say TNT's construction boss, then there's only one company, Lacroix Construction Services Limited, specializing in general construction, industrial maintenance, manpower resources, transportation and lifting, and equipment rental, excavators, bulldozers, dump trucks, lighting systems, and everything for your project. We have affordable prices. Call now 267-0000 or 431-0012. Lacroix Construction Services Limited, TNT's construction boss.
And we are back. Thank you, Master Control. We do have the Energy Minister and Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs, Dr. the Honorable Rudal Munila. Good evening, sir. Welcome.
Good evening, Mikey. Good evening to all in your studio and your listeners across Trinidad and Tobago and the region.
I'm hearing it in your voice. I know you've had quite a week, a hectic week.
It has been a whirlwind week of great developments for the country, as you know. And on the weekend here, of course, we continue to work. Our work is 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, so it never stops. So I'm happy to be with you for a few minutes.
Yes, I want to thank you so much for taking time out to do that. You're very optimistic about the issue of the Dragon gas deal, even with some of those diplomatic issues surrounding this entire venture. Tell us, we've had the former energy minister weigh in on it, and the media has said that you told him that he needs to be quiet because it's in a very sensitive stage. And many people, of course, will wait and ask, well, we've heard before from the PNM administration that, this deal was all in all, and it didn't go through. What makes it different this time with the UNC and, of course, you being the Minister of Energy?
Well, Mikey, let me say that this particular project has been a project on the table for decades now. It has been a matter that the last government flagged as a critical matter in the sector and for the country as a whole. Regrettably, they could not perform adequately. And while they did get a license, what is called a OFAC license from the United States, it was revoked when they were in office. So when we came into office on May 3rd, more or less, the Dragon gas project was dead because there was no license to pursue that. It was revoked when Mr. Stuart Young, I believe, was Prime Minister. Since then, under the leadership of Mrs. Kamla Prasad Bisesa and her very deep interest in this matter in particular, we have been able to do a lot of the groundwork, the homework, the field work. And we did that quietly, as I keep saying, in this sector. It is not a sector, Mikey, that you could go on top of the hill and bawl and scream and make a lot of noise. It's an area where everything carries a high level of privacy and confidentiality and, commercial confidentiality matters and so on. So, and then government to government matters. So it's a sensitive area. We did some work. We worked around the clock on these matters, and we're in a position to resuscitate, to use the term now, to resuscitate that project, which is a significant project. I want to make the point that when in opposition, we were never against the Get Dragon Gas project. We were against the PNM handling of the matter. They did so with secrecy, with a lack of disclosure, with a sort of arrogance as well. Then they put all their eggs in one basket. They pivot the country's economic future on this one project. And we are not doing that at all. While we are dealing with this, there are other matters taking place in terms of diversification and, tourism, medical tourism, education tourism, and so on, and sports tourism, of course. And there are other matters afoot in terms of providing, for increased activity in the manufacturing sector, and so on and so forth. So we are not making the same mistake at all. We have reached a point now where after some, hard work, we have had last week on the 30th of September an historic meeting between the Secretary of State Rubio and Prime Minister Prasad Bisesa, in which she was able to secure from the highest level of the U.S. government the approval for our proposals vis-a-vis the Dragon Gas matter. And that was a crescendo moment for us in Trinidad and Tobago, because the Prime Minister was able to secure the agreement based upon, the work we have done before. Why I'm looking on, I'm also very concerned that Minister Young is, doing what he did before, which is babbling on everything every day. And there's no need to do that now. We're at a sensitive stage. Clearly, this project has a benefit for the economy and for our sustainability in the energy sector and for the provision of gas. We all know that there's a field completely in Venezuelan waters. It is 22 kilometers away from a Trinidad and Tobago installation called Hibiscus. And we know that the gas between 3.2 to 4.2 trillion cubic feet of gas is very important for our industrial future. It will, fire up several of the major activities at Atlantic LNG and possibly at Point Lisas as well. But we are at a sensitive stage, and we are very optimistic. But Mr. Young is doing no good for himself or the country by just screaming every day.
And I think
that is a matter that I raised.
Yeah, and Minister, you're right. I mean, when you look at the fact that what's being asked is whether or not this administration recognizes President Maduro as the head of the Venezuelan government. I mean, why would that be an issue? This has to be...
That question don't rear its head. That question certainly don't rear its head. And as I've said before, we engage with all stakeholders on this project, and we have to be. It's a project that involves the United States government by definition, Trinidad and Tobago, Shell, Venezuela, and so on. So we involve with all stakeholders. We meet and treat, and we try to iron it out in the best interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And there's an issue here of mutual benefit. This project will not benefit Trinidad and Tobago alone. It benefits all the stakeholders, including the United States of America. So we are very happy where we are. We are optimistic. Mr. Young would do well to just shut his mouth for a couple more days and let the process take its course. And then we will see how it goes, as the days go by. We have had great news, as you know, in the last few months, where ExxonMobil has returned to the country after 22 years to get involved in the very complex nature of deep sea, ultra deep drilling. And they are here and working. We are, we have already, received some payments on that account. They continue the work. We expect them to move with haste. We have had, an advancement in the dragon gas in just 2 months, in just about 4 months, sorry. We have done other things to ensure that we can increase the revenue in the now. As you know, this sector traditionally deals with the high-hanging fruits, but we are trying our best to see how we can help, given the economic crisis that they left us in, how we can help in the now. I can tell you, the country knows when we went into power, we opened the treasury door. All they had there was, I think, a Clorox bottle and a mop and a broom because they cleaned out the treasury. They cleaned out the treasury on us. And we faced that economic reality that we had to quickly take all type of steps. And, Minister Tanku Swaratsing, in working with the Prime Minister on an hourly basis, had to quickly, get the ship back on course. We have much more to do on that front. Right. But on the energy front, as you know, we are the ministry, we are the sector that actually makes the money. And a significant part of our GDP is still the energy sector. So we had to work overtime to ensure that we present the revenues to the country and increase foreign exchange as well.
Well, Minister, I had, prior to you coming on, we had political scientist Dr. Indira Rampersad, and she echoed your same sentiments, making it quite clear that it was not about the dragon gas itself, but it was about the way that it was going about, with the lack of transparency, keeping the citizenry in the dark. And we do hope that when things start to, work out, that we, the citizens, are told exactly what kind of perhaps faulty deal was on the table and in no way was beneficial to us as citizens.
And as I can tell you, they spent quite a few $millions on that project, and then the project died on them. It died because when we came into the office, the Dragon Gas project was dead. As a fact, we were able to resuscitate it, but a lot of money had been spent prior to April 28, and that is something in the upcoming budget debate, Mikey, I may well want to to lay the cards on the table and let the country know the type of spend that went into a project that died. Had we not arrived in office, and worked closely with stakeholders, but it's a historic moment, and we want to express our thanks to the Prime Minister, to the officials at the Ministry of Energy as well, who have worked over the last 4 months or so on this matter, and we are very grateful. The Prime Minister has stood in support and solidarity with President Trump, Secretary Rubio, and others in the U.S. administration. We stand firm against narco-terrorists, against the narco traffickers, the gun runners that have destroyed generally the Caribbean societies, and Trinidad and Tobago in particular, with one of the highest murder rates in the world, linked to drugs, linked to gun running and so on. And we stand, Mrs. Prasad Bisesa and her government stands firmly in support of President Trump and Secretary Rubio, in their war against the drug cartels. That is very clear, and there's no retreat on that matter. But having said that, we continue to work on the energy front as well to ensure that the benefits come to the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
And any closing comments? Because I know you have to rush. Any closing comments?
Yes, and as we have said before, we will work with all the stakeholders. I tell the country, let not your heart be troubled. We will work very hard and ensure that the benefits of this project and other projects as well, because Dragon Gas is one, we have the Lauren Manatee, we have the Mannequin Coquina, and there are others as well on the table, and we are working on all to ensure that this country has a supply of gas and a fuel for our economic development for the next 25 to 50 years.
Thank you so much, Minister. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much, and God bless you. And thank you for your great work over the years, and continue to really lift this country. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you so much. All the best. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you. Well, I mean, basically what was said, echoing the sentiments of political scientist, Dr. Indira Rampersad, and you just heard the Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs, Dr. the Honorable Rudal Munilal. But something tells me that, and I'm sure many of you who are locked on, that this is not the only deal that may have been tied up the way that it's being explained to us this evening. There are a lot of things that were surrounding non-disclosure agreements, things that kept us in the dark, even in the heights of the COVID, the pandemic, and so many other things that we need to find out that may no longer belong to us, the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And I hope in the budget debate that we can actually hear some of these things, whether it's assets or whatever it is that may have been sold, that may have been secured by private sectors and private individuals, things that definitely need to come out into the open. And finally, we're getting there. And so people, all I can say is lock on. We're going to keep observing, and we're going to keep highlighting it for you as well. So again, I think the air has been cleared on that. We know the narrative moving forward. It was never an issue about the deal, but it's how things were being processed, how they were going about securing this deal, and what was this deal about. And you heard from the minister, you heard Dr. Munilal made it clear that money was spent. And we ain't talking small money. Money was spent. As a matter of fact, if you go back and you read and check the amount of times that Minister Young at that time was visiting Venezuela, I'm quite certain that it wasn't just to say hi. I'm sure it's things that he could have done perhaps in an email, but he visited personally. He went. And yet still, what came out of it? A lot of money spent, same money that perhaps we're looking for now, same money that has to be sourced in so many different ways. That's why everyday stakeholders, and you heard, of course, Dr. Indira saying that, listen, as things develop, more stakeholders are being involved, and that's why the budget may, for some people, the date has not been mentioned as yet, but looking for money. Yeah, that's the bottom line, looking for money. And ask yourself, who have us in this situation? When the opposition leader, Penelope Beckles, could say that the government needs to go and talk to the vendors at the breakfast shed, why? It wasn't Kamala or Jolene John that have them in the arrears, that turn a blind eye. It wasn't this administration that allowed them to run up quite a bill. So what are you talking about? Perhaps Penny Beckles need to go out there and try to find out exactly, if she herself was in the dark, what was going on. Because it certainly wasn't good. We're coming right back, right here on The Observer. We'll be right back.
Your heart does so much for your body, your life, your loved ones. But modern stress, diet, and lifestyle can tip the balance, especially with every passing day. Heart XL delivers high-potency omega-7 palmitoleic acid from sustainable pollock oil to elevate HDL and support a healthy metabolism.
Inflammation and low HDL put your heart at risk. Heart XL's omega-7 helps reduce C-reactive protein and support healthy HDL, keeping your heart strong.
Heart XL, nourish your heart, sustain your life.
When you say TNT's construction boss, then there's only one company, Lacroix Construction Services Limited, specializing in general construction, industrial maintenance, manpower resources, transportation and lifting, and equipment rental, excavators, bulldozers, dump trucks, lighting systems, and everything for your project. We have affordable prices. Call now 267-0000 or 431-0012. Lacroix Construction Services Limited, TNT's construction boss.
In terms of timelines, when could that happen and how long are we expected to get the license for?
Soon. Well, I can tell you soon. No date time frame was given, but I think we both understood the urgency of the matter. So that is one step in a two-step process that we have to go through. The second step would be our license with Venezuela. I'm told that we had a 30-year license from Venezuela, but of course, given all that has transpired, we will have some more negotiations with Venezuela. Shell is involved in that project. And indeed, I'm meeting Mr. Lomax from Shell in a short while to see what progress they have made. Before this happened with the United States, Shell had gone to Venezuela. They had discussions with Madam Delcy about the license. And well, I want to get updates from him as well, because Shell will have to speak with officials in Venezuela. How soon, I can't tell you.
Have you made any official contact with the Venezuelan government
I have not, but I'm sure some of our officials may have done, so I am not sure. I got home at whatever hour on Wednesday night. Yesterday I had jet lag, so I haven't contacted most everybody, catching up on my mails, on my instructions to the cabinet ministers. So no, I have not reached out officially, but there have been unofficial reaching out by members of our team.
Do you plan to reach out officially?
Not at this point in time. I will let our officials make the first, reach out, if that's the words we're using, yes.
Given the back and forth between this country and Venezuela recently, do you believe there will be a willingness from President Maduro to meet with you or anybody from the government?
First of all, I don't know. I think sometimes you all, some members of the media misconstrue or misunderstand or deliberately misconstrue or misunderstand. What is the back and forth with Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela? I have repeatedly said we stand in solidarity with the people of Venezuela. We have no intention of putting boots on the ground in Venezuela, or putting soldiers, or putting weapons, nothing of the sort. And I said we stand in solidarity with the people of Venezuela, and therefore my plan and what I'm pushing and really pushing hard is against the criminals, the narco-traffickers, the human traffickers, the gun runners, the criminals. So we have nothing against the people of Venezuela. I've repeatedly said we stand in solidarity with the people of Venezuela. So this back and forward, I think, is being created as a false narrative that I cuss them up or they cuss me up. No. I think one gentleman said things like people have personalities. One, I can't remember his name now, had said something about me. And you all asked me about it. I'm not bothered. People have different opinions. But again, I repeat, we stand in solidarity with the people of Venezuela. This project will benefit Venezuela. It will benefit the USA, and it will benefit Trinidad and Tobago. So all around, all three parties stand to benefit should this go through. So we take that next step one day at a time.
Do you recognize Nicolas Maduro as president of Venezuela?
That does not arise with the greatest of respect.
If there's to be a government-to-government negotiation.
Reese asked me that last Wednesday night. Question does not arise. Can you ask me another one, please?
I mean, the question arises in the sense that you all would have backed Juan Guaido in the past.
You do not, it does not arise from me. What are you going to force me to answer you?
That's all.
Can you
appoint an ambassador to Venezuela anytime soon?
Certainly, we are in the process. In fact, today, we have already appointed Dr. Neil Parson to PRUN in New York. Today we should have, I don't know if it's come through with the instruments, to appoint Chandradat Singh to India, and the one for Jamaica, former Industrial Court Judge Deborah Felix, to be appointed for Jamaica, and we are going one day at a time, step by step.
Prime Minister President Trump has announced on social media a boat loaded with enough drugs to kill 20 to 50,000 people was stopped early this morning off the coast of Venezuela from entering American territory. You have been consistent in your administration's support for the U.S. military action against what they say are narco terrorists from Venezuela. That continues?
I'm sorry, I missed the last part.
There's no change in your support. Let's say, for example, this action today.
Intervention. Yeah, we remain in support of the intervention by the United States. In fact, since that has happened, you would have seen that the amount of murders in my own country has fallen, the numbers. That might be partly because of that. And the other part would be, of course, the state of emergency that we have in place, which has not disrupted lives except the lives of criminals. Am I in support? Yes, I remain in support of the U.S. intervention in the region. Criminals are criminals. And we have to wipe out criminals, as I say. Violently, I had said it. So, yes, we are in support. Unless I have evidence to the contrary, that something is wrong, I have no such evidence. People are saying no due process, no law, whatever. The United States is a sovereign country, and they're free to exercise their sovereignty in matters that they deem fit. I cannot intervene. I have no evidence otherwise. I can only go on the basis of what has been shared, that we are all engaged in the battle against the narco-traffickers, the human traffickers, and the gun runners. Can I thank you all very much?
And Budget Day will be on?
Budget will be very soon. Goodbye.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
And Budget Day will be soon. It really make you, I mean, I want to open up the lines after this interview. I want to hear from the people out there something about these media personnel. I mean, all up in the Prime Minister face, trying to get, she's talking about a deal that is going to benefit us as citizens. It was in the hands of one administration and they failed. They failed. They failed to the point where we lost money. We got absolutely nothing in return. And that's where the focus should be. But yesterday asking about what do you think about, do you recognize Maduro as president? Kamala Prasad-Bissessar has made it quite clear that she's not going to get involved in any sovereign state's affairs. That does not serve her or serve us. Anyhow, joining us is a man who is very outspoken. It's always a pleasure to have him on. We're talking to the Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, Senator the Honorable David Nackett. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mickie, and good evening to your listeners, and looking forward to a productive discussion.
Yes, indeed, as always. I know last time you got tied up, but these things happen, and you made it quite clear, Mike, I need to talk to the people, so he is here, folks. Around the corner, we're looking at, of course, the budget, and one of your recent posts that you did post it on social media is your mission to uplift and empower families along the East-West corridor, honoring the legacy of compassion and service instilled by your late parents who devoted their lives to giving, serving, and caring for these communities. It's been basically 6 months. You've been out there, you've been interacting, and even before the elections, you were out there, of course, talking to people and what have you. How much of this, according to the Prime Minister, the youths will be, of course, a big part of the upcoming budget? And if so, where would you like some of this to go to help the young people of this country?
Well, a youth development policy, a national youth development policy is absolutely essential to the growth and to realize the potential of our most prized asset, which is our human resource, our young people. We can't afford, like the PNM did in the last decade, to neglect youth development. What they had was a lot of events, a lot of shows, caravan events, nothing that relates to sustainable youth development policy. And I think Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, she realizes that even from before. If you look at 2010, 2015, there's an emphasis on youth development, emphasis on sport and outreach in the community. And there's going to be more of that now when the budget is read, and we look forward elatedly, Mickie K, to have a real profound impact on our young people. It's about time.
But the thing about it, Senator, is that, it's not easy to reverse the effects of a culture. When it gets to culture, it means that it is totally embedded in the social DNA, the fabric of our communities. And this has not just taken place overnight. This has been going on for way too long. And many people have talked about it. When you look at the fact that how mommy live, how granny live, how uncle live, and it's just going on, somewhat of a social generational curse. That word might be too strong, but I don't think so, because...
No, that's not too strong, Mikey, and what you're saying is not lost on me at all. And you have your finger on the pulse by exactly what you're saying, so don't be afraid, or I know you're not afraid, but don't be embarrassed to say it at all. What the PNM has done in the last 10 years, and even before, in their whole existence, was establish a sort of dependency syndrome, where that was okay. So you look at all the programs that they're quick to talk about now, then they can never be sustainable in a country getting ready for the 21st, well, we're in the 21st century, but looking to take our country forward out of small island developing status. We have to have, URP and CPEP, and those are things that should prepare people for long-term employment. There must be some entrepreneurial element to it, where people will later have access to financing, access to the banks, And they don't. All we had was people in a cycle of poverty, and I know that's what you mean. I know that's what you're talking about, and because you are also a product of the East-West Corridor. So as I am. So we have to make things in a way where our people, they have not only sustainable employment, but they can break the cycle of poverty that they have been in for the last 62 years under the PNM. Enough is enough. It's either we take the bull by the horns, as Kamala Prasad is doing, and make meaningful change, and change sometimes it hurts, there's pain, but then there's progress. And that's exactly what we know we will be seeing under our government.
Yeah, but like again, and you're so correct. But when you look at the fact that there are those who definitely don't want to play catch up, they don't want to go forward and join us in the 21st century, and then you ask yourself, what is holding them back? Why do they feel so committed to something that has never been beneficial to them? I mean, earlier on, we spoke to the Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, Senator the Honorable Dominic Smith, and he made it quite clear that this is all about efficiency. It is all about cost saving. It is all about the creation of a truly digital nation. And Trinidad and Tobago is expected to lead this new digital revolution. But how do you get into the psyche of people to say, listen, this is big. This is who we are. This is what we want to be represented as, and not just stay in a corner and feel that you need to be obligated to something that has never served you?
Well, that entails having a vision, first of all. And not just a vision with rhetoric. It entails a fair amount of implementation of that vision. And that is something we've never seen, Mikey, under the PNM. They've come with Vision 2030. They've come with all kinds of things that were never implemented. They are not interested. The PNM has always been interested in maintaining the treasury for their 1% finances. We know that is well known now. Now we have to come and change that. It's not easy because you have a former government that controls the narrative in the media, largely mainstream media. And it's not going to be easy to change the mindset of people who have been indoctrinated to live their lives through their leaders. And that's the PNM for us. They live their lives. They have nothing, as you've said. They've not benefited in 60-something years, but they live their lives through their leaders. So when they see Rowley and Young and they having millions and billions on a politician's salary, and they feel some kind of gratification by watching them succeed while they haven't succeeded. No, it's a serious form of indoctrination that we need to break, and we intend to do so now in this 5-10 years that we'll have, God willing.
Yeah, I mean, the task is not going to be easy, and I know that Kamala Prasad is definitely courageous. She's bold, and you're right, grabbing the bull by its horns, and I think that's what it is required at this time. I mean, when you hear people talking about the loss of programs such as CPEP and URP, these things had to be readjusted. There had to be a reset to all that is taking place because there are things that are bigger than these programs.
Correct, absolutely correct. And one of them is to break that never-ending cycle of poverty that these people seem to be in. Nobody can tell me, as you know, about the corridor. And I've seen people that have played football with the young people, and they're still in the same dead-end jobs. Their children are in the same dead-end jobs, and they can't see the light at the end of the tunnel. Now, Kamala Prasad, as you've said, she's coming courageously, and she's made definitive statements and with a serious intent to them that we have to change this, and of course who's gonna cry foul? It's the people that were benefiting millions of dollars, the contractors, the 1% financiers. They're gonna throw everything at us, Mickie, everything at us, everything on the kitchen sink, because they want to maintain their grip on the treasury, their hold on all the contracts that are given out. They want all of that. They want to keep maintaining their families at the expense of the larger population. It will not be allowed. It will not be allowed.
And I agree with you. You did, of course, recently on the grandparent bill, you said that this could earn Trinidad and Tobago up to billions of US dollars, when in fact that you were basically saying that it sort of opened the field, the pool of our athletic ability, about athletes that we can, of course, get to represent us on the world stage. Expand on that, please.
Well, here you have a grandparent legislation which has been adopted by every country in the world except 5. And Trinidad was one of that 5. Over 200 countries adopted this legislation. To the benefit, countries with much larger player pools in all athletics, in track and field, in football, volleyball, they have adopted that law. We were one of 5 countries who did not adopt this law in any form or fashion. And it sat at the table of the PNM because, as I said before, they have no vision and definitely no intention to implement anything. So what we did, what the Honorable Kamala Prasad said, she expanded on that vision as well. What she said, well, okay, let's expand it in a way that we could see our people coming in and reaching out to the diaspora, where they feel a connection again to Trinidad and Tobago. So they don't have any more to just ruminate and imagine about their connection to Trinidad and Tobago. She made it real. And what that does, it creates a connection, economic connection as well, because we're going to make the ease of doing business, which was so difficult under the PNM, we're going to make the ease of doing business something that's welcoming again to investors from outside. So once we open up that to citizens, to normal citizens, and they feel they have a sense of belonging in Trinidad and Tobago, there will be increased investment in Trinidad and Tobago. There will be increased remittances in Trinidad and Tobago. By all accounts, this was close to 200 million by the central bank account of remittances. And what we want to do is make sure that, you see, people hear remittances, they think about people sending money to Western Union only. That's not true. That's a wrong interpretation of what are remittances. They can also be people sending money to open business. They invest in businesses and to invest in housing, in land and all of that. And the Prime Minister had a vision for that, and I think we're going to see the fruit of that, God willing, in the next couple of years.
Wonderful. Any closing comments? Go right ahead.
I just would like Trinidad and Tobago to pay attention, to guard their democracy, to guard their privilege, to guard what we are trying to do as a government, which is break that cycle of poverty all across the board, to remove the stranglehold that the PNM 1% financiers had on this country for 10 years and for almost 60 years of existence. We are trying to break that. We ask them to be patient, and they will begin to see the fruits of our labor in government. I wish, as usual, our country the best. God bless all of us.
Thank you so much, Senator. Keep up the good work, and we'll be checking in with you periodically. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mickie K. Take care, my brother.
Thank you. Always outspoken, always getting to the heart of it. Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, Senator the Honorable David Nackett. Breaking that cycle is not going to be easy, but these are some of the things that we need to converse. These are some of the things that we need to put out there so people can understand what is taking place. I mean, if you rely on mainstream media and some of these headlines are so sensationalized just to sell newspapers, but it doesn't have any content. There's no substance to it. I mean, and that's why we played for you that clip where the media was just pushing their microphone and asking the Prime Minister, what do you think about that? And she's talking about, listen, this is a deal, the Dragon gas, that wasn't handled well. Money was spent. And we are now taking this and saying to you, the citizens, there's going to be some sort of accountability, there's going to be transparency, and this is how it's going to develop, and you yourself will be part and parcel of it. This is not about secrecy and having some NDA and meeting in some alley and hearing about it sometime later, and some minister where here it is, one contract for 3 million, balloon to 34 million and what have you. I mean, it just seems that they're not asking the right questions, and one has to ask if this is by design. if deliberately this is taking place. Because here you have an opposition leader, Penelope Beckles, who thinks that the government has to go and talk to everyone who in the last 9.5 years haven't spoken much at all and haven't spoken directly, not even to the people of Arima that she has to represent. She hasn't spoken. She's not one that has been outspoken and talking about it. She wasn't even in the inner circle. But now she wants Kamala and her team, hey, go talk to this one, go talk to that one. But it was not this administration that have these people in the situation that they're currently in. Folks, I'm going to open the lines. Just to remind you, vitamin XL D3 provides the most natural and absorbable form of vitamin D, which promotes whole body health, which is crucial for cellular health, especially regarding the cells of the immune system. Every cell in your body needs vitamin D3 to function properly, so please pick up your bottle of vitamin XL D3 today. These are the conversations we need to be having, not people calling radio stations and talking about this. Listen, this administration is running on a deficit budget. Try to understand that. It means that there's nothing in the wallet. They're just dealing with recurring expenditures. They are now seeking to fill the wallet so there can be goods and services that need to be paid for so that people could go out there and actually earn a dollar, have that sense of integrity and that sense of purpose and value once again. So while you're out there crying about the fact that you don't see this and you hear this one gang, and that's one thing, we have a bunch of people that always hearing. They hear everything, but they never hear the facts. And the facts of the matter is, for the last 9.5 years, there's been wanton wastage. Wanton wastage. Unbridled corruption. And it goes on and on and on. That's what you need to be hearing. Not the convenient things that you want to hear and want to put out there because you believe that is your God-given right to get something. 9.5 years, we were all there, suffering side by side. Now we have a duty to stand with our government and ensure that things are done properly, and that's what they're doing. When things are done right, it will take some time. Anyhow, we're going to open up the lines, 225-9790, 225-9790, and if you want to make a WhatsApp call, 494-0938, 494-0938. We're going to open up, we're going to take a short break, come back, and the lines will be open. Master Control.
When you say TNT's construction boss, then there's only one company, Lacroix Construction Services Limited, specializing in general construction, industrial maintenance, manpower resources, transportation and lifting, and equipment rental, excavators, bulldozers, dump trucks, lighting systems, and everything for your project. We have affordable prices. Call now, 267-0000 or 431-0012. Lacroix Construction Services Limited, TNT's construction boss.
In terms of timelines, when could that happen and how long are we expected to get the license for?
Soon. Well, I can tell you.
Where does disease start? It often begins silently. No pain, no symptoms, just inflammation quietly damaging your body. Our choices, food, stress, pollution, all feed inflammation. Chronic inflammation is the root cause of many modern diseases.
You can't go back in time, but you can start addressing inflammation before it becomes disease.
Omega XL is a natural inflammation fighter clinically researched with over 30 fatty acids and no fishy aftertaste. Available Caribbean-wide at pharmacies and health food stores. Call 1-868-225-0410 for more information.
Thank you, Master Control, and we are back, 225-9790 or 494-0938. We have someone already. Good evening.
Yes, my good evening, brother.
Hey, what's happening?
Tunapuna here.
Yes, Tunapuna.
Right. Been some time now, Mikey. Now, I want to say this first, You know, when you listen to Penelope Beckles and Amy Brown, you want to know what is their agenda. Or maybe they should do a testosterone test on them to determine the agenda. Because the amount of nonsense that they've been talking, imagine Amy Brown is going on telling people that is the worst delivery at a UN head of government meeting by Kamala Prasad Bifesa. Could you imagine that? Now, Mike, what I am calling on, and to be honest, is that I am hoping that very soon, and very, very soon that is, there ought to be a thorough investigation to all the players, the stakeholders who have this country in this predicament. And I'm talking about Keith Rowley, Stuart Young, Colin Inwood, and what have you. Because if we are downgraded by Standards and Poor's, you know, it is all because of the failure of the last government who squandered the money that today Colin Inwood had a goal and laughing and saying it, that the government is broken, they cannot get money from the local banking sector and what have you, and they can't present a budget and what have you and what not. But so therefore I am saying this is misbehavior in public office. And those people who were there were just receiving a fat salary and crashed this country. Now, could you imagine this, Mikey? I am seeing here, now you have all this fiasco take place with HDC, corruption. You have it with CPEP, URP, and all over. But there it is. Tuesday Express. An article obscene, I don't know if you read that, where the chairman of the National Gas Company, General Ramsey, is saying it is obscene and scandalous that over $500 million is being owed to the subsidiary National Energy Corporation by a business entity. How the hell that this could be allowed to accumulate, just like the breakfast shed and all this kind of, under the PNM. And like nothing of these things really matters to the PNM. Today this government is scrambling to put a budget together. They're looking for finances any way they could. And as you rightfully said, the Middle East people helping us, whatever and whatever thing. And I am saying the opportune and the appropriate time now is that we have to start recovering back our assets, you know. Going after all these people, these white-collar criminals, including members of the Chamber of Commerce, and all these people, the big business sector, who has ripped off this country based on the foreign exchange and all of that. And unless we don't do that, seizing people's assets and what have you, Mike, we ain't going nowhere. Because this country in a state right now, we don't, Kamala Prasad, the Minister of Finance, don't know which way to turn. You know, whether it's left, right, center, or whichever, in order to present a budget. And the time has reached for those who are responsible for where this country is in today, right now, are being made a laughing stock. And then Kamala Prasad has to go, the Prime Minister, and her team have to go to the United Nations, you know, to present a bold face and put up with, you know, and let them know what it is happening with respect to our economy and the whole question of the drug trafficking with Maduro and whatnot. And then you see the media people, they come out to play their part because they're being financed by the 1%. So, Mike, this is my contribution, but I am saying the time has reached. We start to see people getting locked up.
I agree.
Okay, Mike?
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Have a good one. Yeah, you're so good. Lines are open, 225-9790. And if you want to make your WhatsApp contribution, that, of course, is 494-0938. What say you? I mean, you heard the Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, Senator the Honorable Dominic Smith, political scientist Dr. Indira Ramprasad, Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs, Dr. the Honorable Rudal Munidal, and Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, Senator the Honorable David Nakid. Yeah, I mean, really and truly, it is time for us to get serious. When you have the media, these journalists, it seems as though what we have there is journalists, terrorist journalists, because they are simply trying to create something that is not there. And the Prime Minister, in her form of a full, a consummate professional, would have to say, listen, please, ask me another question. That's not an issue. That's not what she's saying. And she's saying it time and time again. She has never one day said that Mr. Maduro has to be removed or taken out of office, because that's not where it's at. Her main focus, her main business is in the interest, securing the interest and future of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So those who were there and on the sidelines now have a lot to say. They have a lot. After 9.5 years, they've said nothing in favor of us. They've done nothing in favor of us. But now they have so much to say, to make comments about this deal. Why? Is it that there's some political tobacco? The line's open, 225-9790. And we'll take your WhatsApp calls, 494-0938. Just a minute, Master Control. Take a quick break so I could just pull up something here.
Construction boss, then there's only one company, Lacroix Construction Services Limited, specializing in general construction, industrial maintenance, manpower resources, transportation and lifting, and equipment rental, excavators, bulldozers, dump trucks, lighting systems, and everything for your project. We have affordable prices. Call now, 267-0000 or 431-0012. Lacroix Construction Services Limited, TNT's construction boss.
Where does disease start? It often begins silently. No pain, no symptoms, just inflammation quietly damaging your body. Our choices: food, stress, pollution, all feed inflammation. Chronic inflammation is the root cause of many modern diseases.
You can't go back in time, but you can start addressing inflammation before it becomes disease.
Omega XL is a natural inflammation fighter clinically researched with over 30 fatty acids and no fishy aftertaste. Available Caribbean-wide at pharmacies and health food stores. Call 1-868-225-0410 for more information.
For all top quality and affordable hardware supplies, no one beats Midland Hardware, located number 97 Eastern Main Road, Arouca. Midland stocks the #1 brands in hand tools, garden tools, water tanks, power washers, generators, water pumps, kitchen and bathroom faucets, along with face basins and toilet sets, blocks, lumber, steel, sand, gravel and topsoil. Also check out Midland for steel windows and assorted designs of metal curtain rods. Everything for home and business projects. Payments via links, credit cards, online payments, or cash on delivery. WhatsApp 327-7761 or call 646-2144. Open every day from 8 a.m. From foundation to finish, it's all at Midland.
Thank you so much, Master Control. Yeah, I pulled it up from our good friend here, Mr. Ken Ali. As you know, he's no stranger to the Observer. Lines are still open. We're going to squeeze in before we make our way out of here. 225-9790. And if you want to make your WhatsApp calls, 494-0938. Tell me, what do you think and what you expect to come out from that visit? The Prime Minister's return from the U.S., where she went to the UN and delivered that powerful speech. He says that firms linked to ex-minister get $29 million contracts without public tendering for extensions. Companies closely linked to a former government minister had contracts from a single state agency extended 3 times without public tendering. Let me read that again. And it's there if you want. You could check the posting. He has all the information. So you can just check Facebook, Ken Ali's Facebook. Companies closely linked to a former government minister had contracts from a single state agency extended 3 times without public tendering. The total worth is about $29 million plus. Investigations have found that some of the firms also obtained contracts from other taxpayer-owned organizations. The contracts were rolled over without tendering, even after the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act was proclaimed in April 2023. The Act enshrines that if contracts are to be extended, certain measures must be carried out, including publication of a contract change note to ensure transparency. According to the law, contracts are generally issued for a term of not more than 3 years without provisions for a single extension of up to 2 years. The $29.1 million worth of contracts were awarded in 2017 by the Housing Development Corporation, HDC, and extended up to 3 times in some cases. The most recent extensions took place last January, just under a month after their respective expirations. The final extensions expire in December. The repeated extensions are a breach of the procurement law. The jobs are for waste disposal, grass cutting, and bulk waste disposal. Apart from companies associated with the ex-minister, contracts were extended for several other service providers. Very interesting. They included Trinidad and Tobago Landscaping Company Limited, owned by Natalie Gabriel, wife of Andrew Gabriel, financer and strategist of the People's National Movement. The landscaping company's contracts were worth a total of $7 million plus. That company received several other contracts in the state sector. Several firms linked to senior officials of the former P&M administration also enjoyed extensions without public tendering. And it goes on, and it's sickening. It really and truly is sickening. I mean, when you realize that people are trying to look for it and they can't, this is where the money was all jumping up. Folks, that brings us to the end of our program. Until next Sunday, we will continue bringing to you this 29 million. Again, I mean, we talking millions. We talking, some people can't even talk hundreds, a few hundreds. At the end of the month, after they make all their commitments and looking fit and trying to see how best they can keep their head above water, they don't even have hundreds. But every time we hear about these stories, every time something comes out, it's in the millions and millions of dollars. And people were living well, they were living good. But yet still, that person is right there, I am certain, next to Penny, but there's no conversation. But anything that happens, same Penny wants Kamala and her team to go out there and talk to people. Folks, until next Sunday, we are out of here. Stay safe. God bless.
The Observer. Mickie Kerr, Mickie Kerr, Mickie Kerr, Mickie Kerr. The Observer.
And welcome back, folks. We are here with Dal Power, and we're going through the fella's collection. Him and his wife, and one of his prized possessions is, folks, his collection of bikes. He's a bike man now, 3 years old. He's a baby in the bike man. He's a toddler in the bike world, still, they say. And this is